All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day. Let's kind of go over it here a little bit, right? No real huge economic news that's coming out here today, but we do have CPI coming out on Friday, and that should be sort of a key news event. Very much sort of still stuck inside that consolidation here, right? Not making higher highs outside of this range, right? Not making higher or not making really lower lows. So we still very much remain relatively stuck here today, right? A little bit of a still continuing that consolidation, right? So full body bullish plus increasing vol plus gap down. What's been happening here recently, right, is every time we have a one signal, it tends to fade back down. So, you know, maybe we can look for breakdowns, right, back down towards sort of yesterday's lows. But, you know, what we want to see, right, is we want to see a breakout of this range. And so best case scenario for us here, right, is a move through that 418. No higher high here, right? No real change. Nothing really to... I guess write home about. So none of these levels are particularly changing in either direction. QQQ, right? Similar narrative here. So still consolidation. Still call this normal body bearish. Sorry, normal body bullish. Plus decreasing vol plus gap down. So not a huge sign of relative strength here. I would like to see this thing behave a little bit more, but it's taking its time, right? Still stuck in this consolidation. If we can break throughout or break out through this consolidation, sorry, maybe we can get a little bit of some joy here, right? Possibly, but hard to get too attached to this, right? Hard to feel too motivated or too fussed that this thing is going to give us that good look until we get that sort of proven otherwise. So that's really what we're waiting for here today. Looking for that breakout through that 313.50 or under that 303 area. Whichever one really happens first. That's sort of what we're going for here. So if we can get, if we can get a little bit of a opportunity to get some follow through, maybe we have a clean look, but really not going to be in a huge rush, guys, to do anything too crazy here. If we get that look, right, I kind of feel like I'm repeating myself here a little bit now, but if we get that look, right, then we should have an opportunity to get some clean action. But again, right, we don't expect necessarily a very nice setup here until that consolidation sort of sorts itself out. Okay, Apple, right, full body bullish, still looks like kind of consolidation here. We're going to push this thing up 150. So full body bullish plus decreasing vol plus nothing gap. Okay, so we're starting here at this 150 area. Right, through 150, we've got 151. 152. And then we go, call it 155. So a couple stops along the way, right? 153, 154, 155. To the downside, right? Not much is changing here. But again, right, kind of feels like it maybe is stuck in some consolidation and needs to break out with some conviction before it's interesting. Tesla. Right. Not exactly a super great candle here. So, so go second most bullish. plus decreasing vol plus nothing gap. Okay. Kind of have mixed feelings here. Not sure if this 720 is necessarily the best. Looks okay, I guess. I suppose. Looks just okay. Microsoft still range bound here. Yeah. So full body bullish plus increasing vol. Barely. But still stuck in this consolidation here on Microsoft. So want to see this thing break out through that 275 or under that 265. Okay, AMD, gross volume. So we're gonna call this Doji normal bullish plus decreasing vol plus gap down. So again, right, 1 out of 3. Not exactly a high sign of conviction. Go 106.50 here. All right, fine by me. Yeah, not super convincing here this morning. So we're going to still call this consolidation second most bullish. Plus decreasing vol plus nothing gap. Hey, good morning, Trevor. Okay, fine. Yeah, we could probably look for a breakout over this 190.50 for up towards that 192, but I don't like this volume profile that much. Facebook, okay, inside bar. Plus normal body bullish. Plus decreasing vol. Hey, good morning, Jason. Plus gap down. Not exactly super high conviction here. The downside, okay, we've definitely have a little bit of a shelf down towards that one. What is this? 190. All right, plenty of space there. But again, right, a little bit of consolidation. Hard to say. Yeah, this looks particularly convincing here today. Okay, Microsoft, maybe it looks like a low vol pullback here to the downside, right? Big rejection on Monday, low vol pullback there on Tuesday. Gap down, needs to follow through under 120 on Wednesday. So we call this failed breakout plus low vol pullback plus doji bullish. Plus decreasing vol, plus gap down, plus stock split. And none of these levels are really changing here. Hard to be bullish for us, right? Until we invalidate this June 6th, right? And we've done nothing there that that's particularly happened on yet. Right, so not really a ton to look at here, right? Not really a ton to trade. In general, right, kind of feels like we're getting a lot of 1 out of 3 here's again this morning, where we're not necessarily getting a ton of trending price action, right? And that's probably a little bit expected as we're not really dealing with a trending market here, right? So without a trending market, we're going to deal with less opportunities. We're going to deal with tougher conditions. We're going to deal with more frustrating options, right? We also need to realize that because we are trending, that we're going to miss plays. Things aren't going to come together for us. We're going to have a lot of sort of frustrating conditions out there. We have to be okay with that. We can't now try to solve for 100% and, okay, every green bar, you know, oh, just because there's a green bar doesn't mean we're going to get a setup, right? We still got to look for those setup triggers. We still got to be patient. We still got to be disciplined. And we got to be okay with things moving here without us. We got to understand this context. Yeah, my pleasure, Brett. We got to understand this context, right? That, look, it's range bound. So even if we have a lot of green, it's not really any green that we want to put any stock into, or even red, right? Stock into until we get a breakout through that 418 or a breakdown through that 407, right? Anything in between, still sort of that consolidation. Still sort of that decreasing volume, still sort of that disappointing narrative. We want to be really, really cautious and really, really patient until things look perfect. Good morning, Henson. So really, really patient out there today, guys, right? That's going to be our #1 priority. You know, if we're going to keep stacking up those little base hits, no worries, right? 2 for 2 yesterday, right? 2 nice little wins. And we're just going to keep compounding those gains. But we can't force things. We can't try to overtrade anything. And I think, especially as new traders, right? You don't want to now try to look at these environments and try to solve for 100% inside these conditions, right? You don't want to overcorrect or overchange your system to then try to find trades inside these choppy days, right? We're going to have busy days. We're going to have quiet days. We're going to have busy weeks. We're going to have quiet weeks. We're going to have busy months. We're going to have quiet months, right? And so we have to understand that trading doesn't go up in a straight line forever. There's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be a busy time. There's going to be a quiet time. And right now, right inside this consolidation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days of consolidation, right? Essentially 2 full trading weeks, right? Because we've had a couple holidays in there. It's not exactly going, this isn't exactly telling us this is a time to be busy, right? These conditions and these sort of this price action is telling us that this is a less is more environment, and we want that sort of insurance. And then once we get those sort of high conviction looks, we can look to take advantage of those opportunities. But everything else in between, right, is going to be a bit of a trap. It's going to be a bit of a fake. So we can't now trick ourselves into trading things that aren't there just because we want that action, right? We have to be bored, so be it, right? That sucks. I know I don't like being bored when we're trading, right? Especially if you're paying for a service. That's not exactly what you want to deal with. But guys, we get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time, right? Market doesn't owe you anything just because we're watching. And I'm not holding back on trades or trying to avoid trades because I'm scared or I'm nervous or whatever, right? There's none of those kind of things. I want to make money as much as you guys do. I want to find high quality setups as much as you guys do, but I'm unwilling to compromise on the quality of that setup, right? And so I'm not going to change that. I'm going to consistently do what I think is best for my trading account at all times. And that means I'm always going to do what I think is best, right? I'm always going to trade the highest quality of setups, and I'm unwilling to compromise just because I'm bored and because I want a little bit of action, right? If you're bored, throw on some video games, put on a movie on Netflix. The alerts are going to go off, right? And you're going to get an opportunity you're going to know what we're trading before we trade it. So please don't lure yourself into an environment where you have to get a lot of action, where you need to feel something here today. That's not going to be a successful sort of backdrop for your trading career. So let's make sure that we're making really strong, positive decisions, that we're controlling the variables that we can control. And then we're allowing everything else to sort of take care of itself. So proper position sizing here, focus on risk management, make sure that all of our processes are correct here, right? So just because we have a nice candle doesn't mean we have a setup, right? Just because we have a setup doesn't mean we have confirmation. Just because we have confirmation doesn't mean we have the right risk reward. So we need to make sure that all 3 bits and pieces are syncing up and telling us that same consistent story. They're all working together here in harmony, and that we're really just, like I said, controlling the variables that we can control, right? If we do that, we're going to be really, really strong. We're going to really take advantage of these conditions, and we'll make some money, right? But if we cheat ourselves, if we force after plays, we chase after plays, we try to force plays, we try to rush things that aren't there, we're going to really, really punish ourselves and punish our accounts, right? Mistakes love a rush decision. So let's make sure that we're, planning out every trade. We're sizing everything appropriately. We're thinking about our risk reward. We're defining all of our parameters, right? We're doing everything that we need to do before we enter, and we're not rushing into decisions here this AM. So not too much else for me to say here, right? Not too much is changing from yesterday. We're still stuck in that sort of consolidation. Generally, any day we get a bullish day and then a gap down, right, we tend to get like a reversal, right? We tend to not get that sort of consistency here today. It's one day the other, right? One day one day the other. And so let's just see how this sets up, right? And then kind of go from there. But yeah, not too much to say here, guys. Not too much to say. Hopefully we can get some strong conditions, but pre-market, right, I don't exactly feel like this is a particularly high conviction look, and I'm not going to force action, right, if trading conditions aren't there perfect for me. What I will say, right, this is maybe a warning to you all. Talked about this maybe a little bit. I've ranted about this a little bit here this AM, because look, these conditions aren't ideal, right? It's really important that we try not to overreact to what these conditions are, and we don't try to overcorrect to try to solve for these conditions, right? If we're stuck in this consolidation, we don't need to try to look for entries, in hindsight. Okay, hindsight, maybe I could have gone in on this 1450 bar here yesterday on QQQ and made, $2, right, or something like that. Maybe I could have done that, but we can always, in hindsight, right, tell us or convince ourselves of a reason, right? We can always tell ourselves why, And the more we try to do that now, when markets aren't really trending and they aren't giving us that look, the more we're going to confuse ourselves for when markets actually are setting up in our favors, right? So if we're waiting for that breakout, then pull back, right? But always, right, when we're trending, and then all of a sudden, now we're looking for just that breakout, or we're just looking for that pullback, or we're just looking for one candle or something along those lines. What's going to happen is you're going to confuse yourself, and you're not going to know which one to apply where or how to apply this. And you're going to create yourself a paralysis analysis, right? Where you're going to be overthinking too much to try to solve for 100%, and you're going to end up avoiding actually taking any action. So we're just going to stick to what we do, what we're good at, right? When we get those opportunities, we do really, really well. When we don't get those opportunities, we struggle, right? And that's okay. We talked about this already, right? As traders, we get paid for our decisions, not our time. And so sometimes the decision that we get paid for is to not take a trade, right? And so not losing money is making money here sometimes. And that's got to be the way we think about things. So if it's quiet, if it's boring, I apologize, right? Not my intention. Like I said, guys, I want action just as much as you do, if not more, right? But I'm not going to compromise and chase after things if they aren't there. So let's wait for things to be A+. Let's wait for things to be perfect. If they are, if we get those looks, then we'll take advantage of it. If not, then we'll sit on hands and we'll fuck around in the stream and joke around and have a little bit of a laugh. But we're not going to chase ourselves or force ourselves into any trades here today. Yeah, absolutely, Matthew. It's the only thing that matters, right? And high probability setups only come about in high probability conditions. The only time we get high probability conditions is when markets are trending. So, guys, we have about 18 minutes here or so until market open. I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee, spend a few minutes or so visualizing a successful trading day, and then we'll get back. Yeah, fair enough, Matthew. And we'll get back to sort of crushing it. I'll do a quick little pre-market rundown here again before the session starts. I'm just going to go make myself a cup of coffee and sort of spend a minute or two sort of visualizing a successful trading day. Just please make sure you're not too far behind on the stream, and that all your execution software is up, all that kind of fun stuff. Like always, guys, if you have any questions, please pop them in the chat, and we'll go from there. Hey, good morning, Calvin. How you doing? So let's do a quick little rundown here before the session starts. Right, still very much stuck inside that consolidation mode here, right? So looking to get a breakout or breakdown through this 418 or this 407 in between this zone, right? Kind of no man's land. Gonna remain relatively stuck and fairly uninterested. QQQ, right? Fairly similar narrative here. Still looks relatively range bound. Disappointing daily volume profile. So kind of getting a 1 out of 3 here on the market conditions checklist. Not exactly a high conviction look this AM. Needs to break out through that 313.50 area. Good morning, Green Thumb. How you doing? Or needs to break down under that 303. Really depends on price action. If we get stuck in between, right, we're going to be kind of pulling our hair out and being a little bit bored here today. Similar narrative here on Apple, right? Still kind of consolidation or range bound. Needs to break out through that 150 area. Then we can start to get a little bit of action up towards sort of that 151, 152 zones. Otherwise, looking for a breakdown under this 143.20 for a move back down towards sort of that 140 range. Tesla, I'm a little bit mixed feelings about, bouncing off of that 690, reclaiming 700. And kind of a neutral gap up here this AM, being cleared through that 720. Maybe it's got some space up towards sort of that 740 range. I just hate how low this volume was yesterday. It makes me a little bit nervous. So I'd like to see a really significant volume attempt here on any breakout through that 720. If I don't get that really impressive volume, then I'm not going to be interested. Microsoft looks relatively range bound, just like sort of its index peers. If it can clear through that 275, maybe we have a little bit of a hope in hell here today. Or we're looking for a breakdown under that 265. So about a $10 range here. Potentially could rely on Bollinger Bands, right? Kind of be our friend in between. But what we found here over the last 8 days or so, 8 trading days or so, right, ever since this sort of period has started, is that Bollinger Bands are nice and helpful, but when we don't get any momentum, we don't get any follow through, we tend to not get those pullbacks where we can get that sort of clean entry. So we're going to be patient. We're going to have to wait until things are absolutely perfect. When they are, we'll take advantage of them. AMD, right, normal body bullish, decreasing volume, and then a little bit of a gap down. So 1 out of 3 here this AM, not exactly a high conviction look for us. If this thing can break out through that 106.50, maybe we've got a hope in hell towards that sort of 110 area. Otherwise, we're looking for a breakdown under that 102.50 for a move down towards sort of that $100 barrier. And then under $100, things could get nasty pretty quick. NVIDIA, right, still looks like it's consolidating. Kind of reminds me a bit like this Microsoft, where it kind of has that, big candle, and we're sort of stuck inside that range, right? Big candle here, stuck inside that range. So maybe we can get a breakout through that 190.50. We can get some moves towards sort of that 194, 196 zones, but not going to get overly aggressive here, and don't have too much of a desire to chase after things unless they look perfect. Otherwise, going to look for a breakdown under this 181, and then we're going to have a stop along the way at that 180 before selling off down towards sort of that 175 area. Facebook, right? Nice little inside bar here yesterday on decreasing volume. So if we're going to look at things that we like, I mean, inside bar in this context, probably the most favorable. Formal consolidation, right, on thinning volume generally tends to tell us that one side is given up. So if we can get that bullish breakout through that 197, we certainly do have a path up towards that 200 barrier. But again, right, same narrative like we just talked about that on that NVIDIA and on that Microsoft, where we're kind of stuck within the range of a previous candle, right? Kind of that June 2nd candle. And so we need to see a little bit of some enthusiasm here before I get particularly interested or convinced myself that this is a high conviction setup. And then last but not least, we've got Amazon here this AM. So failed breakout there on Monday, right? And then bulls tried to reclaim control there on Tuesday. Pretty weak bulls with a pretty weak candle combo. So we can call this a failed breakout with a low vol pullback, right? LVPB, low vol pullback. And we have a little bit of a doji candle. So indecisive bulls, right, on thin volume, not exactly high conviction here. If we're able to get a breakdown through that 120, starts to get pretty exciting down towards sort of that 116, 115 barrier. If we get stuck, right, then probably be a bit more range bound here on this Amazon, and not going to be really one for me to trade. In general, right, relatively range bound conditions here all in. Market seems to be waiting for CPI here on Friday, possibly jobless claims here tomorrow. And so I'm anticipating a slightly challenging narrative here again today, right? Until we get that proven otherwise, until we get that sort of trend breakout, it's really hard to feel that there's any enthusiasm or any real momentum here in stocks. And so need to wait for that, I guess, like Premier, that breakout, and to get that Premier price action before we want to chase after anything. Like always, guys, DTR Wednesday. So if you have any questions, please pop them in the chat. Please don't hesitate. Please feel free to ask away. If you have any things you're looking at, any setups, any chart requests, pop them in the chat. We'll go over it. Otherwise, guys, we're going to be patient, disciplined traders here all day long, and we're going to focus on controlling the variables that we can control. So we're going to focus on controlling position sizing, our risk management, right? Not chasing after setups that aren't there, and only going after sort of the strongest of plays. So let's make sure that that's what we're doing here this AM. We're not compromising, we're not cheating, and we're not going after anything that isn't absolutely perfect. So only A+ setups here this AM, please. No compromises, no cheating, no rushing into anything. And when things are perfect, when things are good, it should be immediately obvious to us. And we're going to wait for that break and hold, pull back, and then go on every single play, right? We're not going to be chasing level breaks. We're not going to be just rushing into something. And we're really going to wait for things, guys, just to be absolutely spot on here this AM. So that's it, right? We're going to see how this thing shapes up, and hopefully we can get that high conviction look here today. So Tesla, right, already triggering off this opening bell. Now we need to see that break and hold on increasing outlier volume. Give me a candle that looks like this most bullish, second most bullish, or normal body bullish, right? 1, 2, 3. Give me a candle that looks like that on that strong volume, and then I'm going to have some conviction that bulls are actually strong in this context. Once I see those strong bulls, I'm going to look for the opposite of those, right? I then want to see weak bears try to reclaim control and fail in their attempt to do so. So that's going to look like that neutral bearish candle and least bearish candle on decreasing thinning volume. So we're going to see how that day shapes up, right? We're going to come back to Tesla in a few minutes. Seeing a little bit of a sell-off here across the board, right? So generally, right, full body bullish day in one side when we're in consolidation mode leads to sell-off the following day. So if we can get a little bit of a breakdown here, right, full body bullish candle, maybe we can get that sort of trending price action. Something like this Amazon might be the easiest of these bearish setups, right? Because we're kind of continuing off on that sort of Monday's bearish rejection. Then low vol pullback could target low of day here. Again, right, just going to want to wait for that volume to step in, give me that full body bearish candle. So if we're looking or trying to get that second most bearish candle here as our setup candle, our confirmation candle is going to be a neutral bearish to least bullish, neutral bullish to least bullish candle on that thinning, disappointing volume. So we're still, 7.5 minutes away from any possible entry here. We need to see those appropriate pullbacks before something comes together. So caution, caution, caution. Lots of patience here still. And we're not going to chase after something until it looks absolutely perfect. So Tesla rejecting so far. Apple looks like it's rejecting or selling off this opening bell. SPY looks like it's selling off. QQQ looks like it's selling off. So generally a little bit more bearish here than bullish. And now let's just wait to see if those conditions can sync up and tell us a consistent narrative here. Hopefully we can get that look, right, and get sort of just filter out for relative strength here to the downside. So we're going to wait to see how these candles close. We got another 2 minutes or so. And we're going to see if we can get any full body looks here to the downside, and then rely on Bollinger Bands to kind of give us those clean levels. Okay, so really good candle here on Amazon, right? Now we want to see an appropriate pullback on thin volume. Weird divergence between the indexes here a little bit. Tesla, wow, interesting recovery as well. Right, so we want to see this thing pull back here. Probably not going to happen on this candle, right? We're going to have to see a huge pullback for that to be interesting. A little bit of a divergence. Kind of just a slight pain in the you know what. So let's see, right? Maybe we're gonna have to rely on some 15-min signals here if we're gonna deal with that sort of indecision or those sort of aggressive pullbacks. But if this is the case, maybe we can get a good look here on Amazon. If things want to then kind of calm the fuck down here again. But not what you want to see, right? You don't want to see a divergence. You want to see a consistent narrative across the board. Now, I mean, Tesla's sort of in play here still, right? But kind of a wild price action where it's been, you know, 1 second down, 1 second up. So let's see if these breakouts actually hold here. For now, not ready to make a decision. Okay, not exactly the pullback that we're hoping for, right? Pullback shouldn't make higher highs. Not exactly the look we want. These aren't most convincing yet. Looks okay, right? I mean, Tesla, incredible volume here. That should go increasing volume. Apple, probably not. QQQ could go increasing volume. Could go bullish engulfing candle, bullish engulfing on volume. Right, that'd be a nice little combo there for us. Then look for that little pullback. SPY probably not going to get the engulfing on volume. Maybe I have a few looks here. Big volume on Facebook already. So maybe we're going to have a few 15-minute setups, but nothing quite in play here on the 5. So pretty impressive volume right on some of those bounces. But the fuck, right? One huge candle on the way up, and then it goes right all the way back down. So let's get some of the signal noise to just calm down just a little bit. And then we can kind of go from there. Again, right? We're still stuck in this consolidation. So we don't want to overreact to any of these big green bars or green red bars, right? They don't particularly mean anything. They don't tell us anything particularly useful. They're not giving us any hints about a potential market trend. So still just gonna be really, really cautious here, guys, right? Until we get that absolutely perfect look. Like, look at this on NVIDIA. This is cruel. I'm a little bit tempted here by the spider. Might not pull back in time. Just watching some spy calls here. Not quite ready to jump in, right? Still want to wait it out. Will not be looking at anything that expires here today. So looking at June 10th expirations only. Starting to not like this little fake out to the upside, right? We're going to make higher highs and then pull back, right? Not what we want to see. That would tell us that bears are stepped in and defend, right? We want to see bears be weak, right? And bulls step in and defend here early. Now we're starting to run out of really no entry here. Microsoft could be setting up to the downside potentially. Still nothing quite in play. Kind of a fuck you for Microsoft. NVIDIA, if it can give me that break and hold on increasing volume, right, can then look for a pullback. Whoa, SPY. Kind of in squeeze mode here. Wish there was more volume on this breakout. So I'm gonna have to wait. Better from AMD. At least it's engulfing on volume. Microsoft, good volume profile to the upside. Still looking for a pullback. Need a pullback here, guys. Need a pullback. Oh, look, one big candle up, one big candle down. Can't say we're missing out on too much here yet. We're not getting much tradable price action yet. Oh. Too much volume on NVIDIA. AMD, probably too much volume. Tesla, too much. Apple, probably too much. And SPY and QQQ, pretty much our only two hopes here at the moment. Yeah, great question. Super Dak. Hopefully that's not Super Dak like Dak Prescott. The volume MA is 20. 20 periods. I mean, he's the best QB ever if you like disappointing playoff runs and barely making it outside of the NFC East. It's just the default value. I don't change the default values. Yeah, no worries, dude. We've missed out on nothing yet, unfortunately. We're just not getting out of this consolidation. So whatever you want to call it, whatever excuse you want to give it, right? We're now, right? This is what, day 8 or day 9, right? Or session 8, session 9, basically inside this range. So as long as this market is still stuck inside here, right, you can't really put too much stock into any big bar, right? Because it's not still just consolidation, right? It's just still telling us consolidation. So I think that's where I mean, for me, that's where the base instability comes from. Where you're not going to get that follow through because there isn't a trend, essentially. So price action can be just a little bit random. Okay, Facebook could be interesting. Excuse me. Big rejections here now. Yeah, if I can get a decent looking pullback, I could be interested trying to run this thing back up towards high of day if I can get the right risk reward ratio. I mean, waiting for that feels very elusive these days. Yeah, fair enough, Andrew. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd say this has been particularly inspirational price action here so far today. Spy could theoretically be tempting enough if it can pull back enough. Or if this thing can give us a big enough pullback into this sort of 414.50 area, then it could be interesting. Yeah, same with Tesla. Tesla refuses to stop too. So stop loss here, right? Approximately 90 cents. So 0.9 times 0.3 delta, right? Because 27 cents. 27 cents times 0 or 171. Sorry, 27 cents divided by 171. Approximately a 15% stop loss. So we get this thing to pull back. Could be interesting, but need to be sizing our play accordingly here, right? So 15%, right? It's not full size. That's 2/3 position sizing. If this thing can pull back without everything else starting to look like it's breaking as well. And like always, guys, right, this here, right, this gap in between is my entry zone. So I'm not going to specifically try to get in on this first touch, right? I'm always going to try to wait to get in as close to that stop loss as possible, get me that best risk reward ratio as possible. So if this thing doesn't want to pull back, so be it, right? No entry. And if it does want to pull in, I want to be as I basically want to try to catch my breath right before I take a stab. So I'm not just gonna, if it touches, I'm not gonna just look to enter. I'm gonna look to get that perfect risk reward ratio, or as good of a risk reward ratio as I possibly can. But anywhere inside this area, right, is very essentially my entry zone, right? This is my entry zone. So basically anywhere inside there, I'll be happy. The closer I can get down towards that 413.66, the happier I will be. So still interested here, right? Still interested. But I need to see this thing keep breaking down just a little bit more. Give me another like 50 cents. So still watching carefully here, right? Gonna want to wait though inside this area. So I'm not gonna look to just enter right away. Catch my breath a second. Right, the closer I can get towards that 414, right, 413.66, the happier I'll be. It does give me that look. We're getting some pullbacks everywhere else, right? So maybe we can get it on Apple or Tesla or something along those lines. Remember, right? Strong trades give you multiple points of entry, not just the one. Still waiting here, right? Still waiting. Still waiting here, guys, right? Still waiting. I don't know if I like this volume profile too much yet. Still thinking here, guys. Still thinking. Pretty big sell-off across the board. All right, I'm going to take a stab here. Average price 127. I'm going to be pretty aggressive with how I manage this. So far, so good here, right? So far, so good. Yeah, no worries. So the reason I took this felt like a bit like an overreaction sell-off. So I felt like I got a pretty good price. So happy to take a good risk reward stab here. But we'll see. What I've been trying to do is I'm trying to trade more with the trend, right? Intraday trend, then fight against it. So sell off, yeah, but I don't know if the sell off really invalidates the trend. So looking for that sort of continuation if I can get it. Really the base idea here. Okay, and we're off here, guys, right? And we're off. So let's see if this thing can give us some decent follow through here and run up towards sort of those 140 areas. 140-ish should be my first take profit target. And And I'm going to take off about 1/5 of my position at that 140. Okay, there we go, guys. Locked in some profit there at 140. Now, entry protection mode. Stop loss on my remainder is going to be 130. 130 stop loss. And let's see if this thing can keep going up. But really, really good shape here. Caught a pretty much great scalp. So let's see if we can keep getting some follow through. Any of you guys catch this with me? Let's go, Nitesh. Let's go. Let's go, Trevor. Nice work, Callum. Nice entry, Hinson. Nice work, Calvin. Let's go, guys. Let's go. What was your entry, Andrew? What was your entry? Let's go, Paco. Let's go. Yeah, I definitely felt like an overreaction sell-off. Straight up, Paco. Good job. All right, guys. I'm going to take a little bit more off here at this 150. So taking off a little bit more. Fill I got was 152. Now stop loss. Pushing it up here a little bit higher. We're going to call it 140. Actually call it 135 stop loss. 135 stop loss. And let's see if this thing can keep running in. Yeah, so Andrew, I want you to slow down with your entry targets, right? So the what I have written in my journal entry here, Nitesh, is big volume on entry, but felt like an overreaction sell-off. That's sort of the journal note I had. Nothing there particularly told me like bears were particularly strong yet, right? It sold off on something that was on relative bearish weakness, right? So yeah, I want you to just slow down, Andrew. So like I always try to enter right at what the stop loss is, because that always gives me the best risk reward, right? And then if I can cut it, I can cut it early or cut it quickly, right? So yeah, I want you to try to start slowing down here a little bit, right? Market's not going anywhere. And you can get a better entry, better risk reward, better risk reward. You have a better probability of making money, right? If you miss it, you miss it. But it's better to think you're going to miss it and then get a better entry instead of trying to be too aggressive. Now, in theory, right, you know, if you entered in at that 414 area, you're banking pretty nicely and you're doing pretty well. Let's go, Chad. Let's go. Great entry. But we got to slow down, guys, right? So this green line is just our entry where we start looking for entries, right? Anything that we can get under there, the better we can get, the better we're going to be long term. So it's our entry target, but our target is to always get in, right, a better price than our anticipated entry. I'll hopefully give you guys enough information on that. Let's go, Shane. Let's go. Oh, Chad, you're living the dream, man. I'm jealous. I've been wanting to do something like that. Just go live in the mountains. It's okay, Andrew, right? And the thing is, right, when you're having a little bit of a tougher week, you're going to want to jump in, right, on that initial play. But what we have to do as traders is we kind of have to do what is like contrary to what our instinct is, right? Where, look, your instinct is to jump in because you want to make money. You got to be slowing down and looking to get, right? The more conservative you can be with your entry, right, the more likely you are to make money, the sooner you are to make money, right? We were pretty much green right away on that SPY play. Hell yeah, Paco. Hell yeah. We're pretty much green right away on that SPY play, right? And that's exactly what we always want to be. So really, really important that we think about in that context, right? It's more likely to run and give us that perfect entry lower down than it is to run and immediately bounce off of this 414.50, right? So Hinson, right? Here's the setup trigger. Okay, full body breakout, right? Low vol pullback. Okay, low vol pullback on this inside bar. And then on this sell-off. Yeah, next take profit target's gonna be like 160-ish, Damon, I think. Protecting entry here at that 135. Took some off 150-ish. Fill was 152. So yeah, next take profit approximately that 160 area. So Hinson, right? Setup was pretty much the same, like everything. We were just happy to disregard, right? It's the same as every other breakdown, and happy to disregard this increasing volume, right? Relative to sort of these sell-offs, because it just felt like an overreaction, right? Really, for how much we sold off here, right? We sold off $1.75 on relatively thin volume. So if the volume, it's thin within context, right? It's about the same volume as that initial pullback. It's not exactly outlier volume. So this candle just looks scarier than it actually is, right? If that makes sense. So that's why I was happy to still take it. This trade felt more scary. I mean, it's thin within context, right? It's pretty much exactly the same. It's exactly the same as that initial pullback candle, right? Or not exactly like extremely outlier difference. Certainly not invalidating this candle. And then, yeah, big overreaction on thin volume, right? We need to not get too carried away, right? So big overreaction, big sell-off on thin volume. We still have that set up. You know, it makes me just think that I can get a tight entry here. Yeah, scary trade for sure, right? Because it's, again, it's contrary to what human behavior is. But that's what these dip entries are, right? So it's not about trusting me, it's about trusting yourself, right? You got to trust yourself to pull the trigger. Alex, look, I'm just really patient, right? Nothing really changed for me for what I was looking for in my entry, right? You guys know that whenever I look for my entries, I'm trying to enter in as close to that stop loss as possible. So as long as nothing really invalidates that, I'm still happy to get in at that area. And yeah, what I wanted to look for here in this context, or what I wanted to look for, right? Maybe if this was outlier volume and really confirmed that huge strength, then yeah, I would have stayed away. But it was just a scary looking candle without giving us that scary looking volume. And yeah, I would agree with Brick, right? Especially when we're looking to buy dips, they're always going to feel a little bit uncomfortable because we're looking to buy, we're trying to catch a bottom essentially when contracts are selling off like crazy, right? And so that's always going to be a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, I appreciate that, Andrew. Much appreciated. So DTR members or non-DTR members, this is how we trade day in, day out, right? Banking on a real nice trade here. Hopefully a few of you guys caught that as well. Nice, Trevor. So why'd you enter in at 145? Not really, Hinson. I was just trying to make sure that like that volume pace, right, wasn't gonna then, like, I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything too crazy. Okay, you gotta cut out those impulsive entries. Gotta cut out those impulsive entries. They're never gonna make us money long term. But guys, I want to stress, right? There's so many variables and so many different scenarios, right, that we can try to solve for. And what I don't want you guys to try to do is to try to solve for every variable, right? You're going to confuse yourselves. You're going to ask questions that are then going to contradict a different one. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, I'll take a look. Sorry. Really important that we try not to contradict ourselves here, right, with what we're trying to go for. Not everything's going to give us that follow through. Not everything's going to give us a textbook, same thing day in, day out. So we have to understand that our things are fluid, a little bit fluid, and we have to be okay with that, right? We're not going to have same thing constantly day in, day out, same look constantly day in, day out. So we got to be really, really cautious here, guys, and be okay with it. So great trade. Right, well done to everyone who caught that. Really, really nice play. I'm still in. Stop loss 135. So hopefully we can still get a little bit of follow through here. Hey, Josh, if you see in here, if the volume was average, right, above average, or greater than the setup volume setup trigger, I would not have taken this trade. Josh, if you're in here, I'm gonna have to reschedule our strategy call if that's okay. Just because it's during the trading day here. So I'm happy to schedule it outside of market hours if that works for you, and we can still just kind of go over things the same way like we would. But just during the stream, I can't do the thing. And for some reason on Wednesdays, Calendly doesn't let me schedule the times differently. I kind of just set a price, Shane. I don't know if I don't do like a trailing stop, but I tend to like to be like 10% behind whatever my last take profit was, give or take. And then, yeah, that's how I push it up. So if I'm able to get this now to run up towards that 160, my stop loss will be, 10% underneath that 160. So like last take profit was 152, so approximately 10% from there, call it 15 cents, so approximately 135. And that's it. So yeah, guys, right, if you want to trade like this day in, day out, you can become a DTR member. We trade like this day in, day out, like on YouTube every single day. You're going to get access to a private Discord that gives you setup and confirmation alerts, which tells you what we're looking at things, when we're looking at things, why we're looking at things, so that you don't miss a trade. So, if you can't watch all day, you can still tune in and catch trades. And if you want to get started, right, you can start your free, or you can start your 7-day trial for $1. You get free full access, right, to me, to all the DTR docs, the DTR Discord, full 9 yards. Going to take a little bit more off here at that 160. Approximately 1/3 of what I have left here. If I can get a fill. There we go. And stop loss now going to be like 145. And let's see if this thing can keep running up. But that's it, guys. So if you want to join DTR, trade like this day in, day out, catch trades like this with me day in, day out, you can start at day trading livestream/join. Get started for $1, and you'll get full access to all of the DTR programs, to me, and the live stream for 7 days. And you can kind of figure out if you're interested from there. Otherwise, do free live streams every Wednesday. Hopefully members would have a bunch of good things to say about their time in the room here so far. But we're here to just make money, keep compounding gains, keep stacking up big W's. And just like that SPY trade here today, I'll show you guys all my entries, all my exits, all my take profits, and talk you through all my trades as they happen live in real time. And so, yeah, now, right, just managing sort of this SPY trade, not too much else for me to do. And yeah, we'll keep trying to see if we can stack up those wins. Much appreciated, Chad. Thank you for the kind words. And yeah, guys, we're just gonna keep focusing on the variables we can control, keep banking, right? Keep compounding our wins, and hopefully keep getting some big follow through. But really crushing it here on this SPY play. Hopefully, maybe one of you guys are still in this with me, and we can keep running this thing up. But nothing really to do here besides sit and watch. In from 127, current price 167. So absolutely banking. Let's go. Sorry, I don't really understand your question, Jesus. Yeah, I am. Yeah. So stop loss is 145. Came down to like 140-ish, or like 135, 130, sorry, 136, 137-ish. When that take profit was going on, stop loss was 135, so I was able to survive that. Took some off there at that 160, but maybe now struggling for a little bit of follow through that area. Stop loss on my remainder now is 145, and we're creeping back down towards that zone. We'll see if I get stopped out, but pretty happy with this either way. Pretty nice trade. Yeah, pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome when we can catch that bottom bounce. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know if it was balls of steel trade. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily felt that way, but definitely felt a little bit nervy. But I would say this is a conviction trade. I hope I said 135. Apologies if I confused you, Jamie. That was not my intention. But you haven't missed out on too much further follow through since then. Yeah, that's a great result. Man, honestly, guys, like, I would almost like blanket recommend every time you feel like you want to enter a trade, set yourself a timer, right? If it's still under your entry target in a minute. Well, that's pretty much what we try to do in all our trades, Nitesh. This one was just a slightly bigger stop loss, so the result was slightly more exaggerated, right? Pre-market or pre-entry, sorry, stop loss was approximately, 90 cents or so. So, it's going to be a slightly exaggerated move in that context. But yeah, like say if you waited like a minute for every trade, still under your entry target or above your entry target if you're going short, and it's still there, then maybe it's a good move. But if you, yeah, sorry, Jamie, my bad. If it then pulls back and breaks away from you, then just wait right until it comes back to your entry zone again. But there's nothing good that happens. Like I've been trying to say this a lot more, but mistakes love a rush decision, right? And so when we're rushing in an entry, when we're rushing into a trade, we're rushing into a setup, we're gonna make a mistake. We're gonna make a rush decision, and then we're gonna get stopped out of a winning trade, or we're not gonna be patient enough to get our perfect entry. So we gotta just slow ourselves down here just a little bit. And that just takes a little bit of practice, right? You got to do it that once. First time, it's going to feel super uncomfortable. And then the second time, it's going to feel super uncomfortable, but slightly less so. And then slightly less low, slightly less slow, less so. Gosh, tongue twister. And then eventually, it's going to feel normal and confident, and it's not going to feel like balls of steel, right? Every time you do something new or unfamiliar, it's always going to feel a little bit challenging. And yeah, it's a little bit scary to see, or it's very like against human nature to want to buy on a sell-off, right? But we're basically just living the adage, right? Buy low, sell high. All we're trying to do here, right? And so if we see a opportunity to buy lower, that gives us, right, a better risk-reward ratio, gives us all sorts of higher probabilities of possibly making a bit more cash. And so that's really all we're trying to do here consistently. All right, so I'm watching closely here. Should get stopped out in a second. There we go, guys. I am out. Not too shabby on that play. Let's go. Yeah, so what, right? I don't know. As long as you don't see anything that invalidates it, right? So if the setup doesn't get invalidated, I'm happy to hold out. Right? Look for that right pullback. Nothing here invalidated any of this bullish price action. So we're still happy to be into it. Again, right? No, I can't give you like a hard and fast rule here, right? It's more of just how does it feel, right? Does it feel like that's been invalidated? Yes or no? If yes, then stay away. If no, then feel free to take a stab. Yeah, could have been outlier vol, like a ton of high conviction, right? Candles, like a ton of bearish engulfing candles, bearish engulfing volume. All we saw was relative weakness. Let's go, Rusty. Let's go. That's epic, dude. Congratulations. So now, right, things are a little bit choppy, a little bit slow. Not going to be very aggressive here, right? We've caught a nice winner. We don't need to do anything crazy, right? Pretty nice little chunk of follow through there. So going to be pretty cautious, right? How many trades have you taken so far this week, Andrew? Feel free to send me a message, man. Feel free to send me a message, and we can kind of go over it in more detail. Where are you based? Super DAC, where are you based? I personally use interactive brokers. I think they're pretty awesome. But I'm based in Canada, so I have relatively limited options. But interactive brokers is pretty good. Maybe something like Trade Zero. You should have IBKR though. You should have interactive brokers in Europe. So it feels a little bit choppy here now, right? Not going to be very aggressively chasing after anything. I feel like we caught a relatively nice move, relatively happy with that price action, but now not really in a mood to rush it, right, or force it. Outside of that initial 90 minutes, we tend to get very muted or very minimal moves. And so I am not going to overreact or overtrade in this environment because I don't have the expectation that my edge actually pays me out here very often. So for now, right, this is more of a sit on hands environment here. Probably take an early lunch here today, right? Just kind of protect myself from myself and make sure I'm not doing anything too silly. So now, right after a pretty nice win here this AM, mood goes from hunting mode to being surviving, right? To survivor mode. We've gotten our food, so now we want to make sure that we finish the day as green as possible. So that means if something sets up, right, to make sure that we're being responsible in our position sizing and are not then sizing our plays, that if we lose money, right, if we get stopped out, we go right on the day, right? So whatever happens, we should be finishing the day green. We should be bringing some food home for our families, right, or for our tribe. And so we can't now be over trading or pissing away those hard-earned gains, right? So please don't get cocky, don't get arrogant, don't do anything silly. Just compound good decisions, walk away with a nice green day, and realize that the market is always going to be here, right? We're still not breaking outside of that trend. We're still not getting that sort of cleaner information. So nothing for me to force here, nothing for me to trade until things look absolutely perfect, right? So no compromises, nothing to force or rush in between. And we're going to wait for things, like I said, to be absolutely A+ before we take a stab at anything else. And if we take a stab at anything else, we'll be sizing my play that to make sure that whatever happens, I'm finishing the day green. So, what do you mean by paper handed? What did you do? What was your entry price? What made you so, I guess, nervous? Let's start there. Red in your P&L or red on the chart? Okay, so probably you're trading sizing that's too big, right? Or you're not defining your risk well enough. So generally anxieties in trades or paper handing in trade is a symptom of two things, or a combination of two things. So one, it's that you are unaware of the terms of the deal that you're making, right? So if like you were hiring someone to, I don't know, redo the bathroom in your house, for example, you wouldn't agree to hire them unless you knew approximately how much it was going to cost you, right? So generally we feel anxiety, or we feel P&L anxiety in our trades when we start to take losses that we don't feel comfortable with, or that we weren't aware of. So if you weren't aware of how much you could have possibly lost on that trade, you're always going to have more anxiety because it's an unknown, right? You're dealing with something that you're not prepared for, that you're not mentally aware of, right? So here we talked about on this trade, that was a 15% stop loss, right? What's a 15% stop loss of $1,000? Well, that's $150, right? And so we should know that we shouldn't be losing more than $150 on this trade. So that's number one. Number two, right? It's probably that your position sizing was too big, right? So if your position sizing is too big, you are uncomfortable with the losses that position sizing is going to take you, and so you panic, you see red, and you overreact and close your position earlier than you should, right? So it's generally a combination of those two things. So one, I would recommend sizing down significantly, and really focus on defining all your risk before you enter a single trade. So understand where the stop loss is, why the stop loss is there, what your position sizing needs to be, why it needs to be that, how much it's going to cost you if you get stopped out. And then if you can answer all those variables, right, you're going to have less anxiety because you've answered a lot of the questions that are giving you anxiety. Then, right, building confidence from there is a question of sticking to your plan and following it through. So then it's about, locking in winners, protecting entry, closing a few trades green. But you're not going to get to that sort of promised land, or to sort of that Garden of Eden type situation, if you aren't sizing your plays appropriately and protecting yourself from yourself, right? So we all have a different number that breaks us. We all have a different anxiety that, makes us kind of black out or do bad things in a trade. And so it's your objective as a trader to protect yourself from yourself prior to entry. So there's no magic words that I can say in a trade to prevent you from paper handing it, or from feeling that anxiety. It's all a proactive, not reactive process. So you got to be a little bit more proactive in your decision making, in your risk management, in all those little variables before you enter a trade, and then you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of these moves. So for me, right, entry target for me is always low of confirmation candle or high of confirmation candle, depending on what side I'm taking. And then exit at 10%, right? And then either every 10% or if I'm playing breakouts, right, I'm playing these targets. So, I mean, again, it's one of those things, right, where you can't solve for 100% here. You got to try to solve for your personal strategy and understand that there's going to be pros and cons to that. In that you're never going to be able to solve for every possible variable. So just create a strategy, create something that you're comfortable with, something that you're happy with for entry logic, and yeah, you'll deal with the pros and cons of that strategy. You're never going to find something that is only pros, right? So pick something that works for you and just be super consistent in that process, and then you'll do pretty well. Yeah, could have theoretically still been in play, I guess. What's your setup trigger here, Jesus? What's your setup trigger here, though, Jesus? What's your setup trigger? Okay, trend being down though, right? That's not a setup trigger. So you need more information here, right? You need a little bit more context. You gotta be able to define this a little bit better, right? So if you want to make the argument that setup trigger is a break of this low of day, right? I'm all for that. I think that's a realistic, right? That's a realistic setup trigger, right? So you're getting a break of low of day, right? You're getting all that kind of stuff, looks fine. So what do we want to see on a setup trigger? We want to see a break and hold on increasing outlier volume, right? So here we're getting an increasing volume bar, but we're not getting increasing outlier, still well below average. So it's not exactly a high conviction setup, right? So setup trigger is a break of this low of day, right? Fair enough. But we want to see this to be a high conviction setup, to be on increasing outlier volumes. This is just on increasing. We want to see a little bit more strength. We want to see outlier strength essentially supporting our thesis, right? On SPY, for example, right, we got increasing outlier volume here, right? Greater than that white line. So that gives us that indication that that strength is greater than average, right? Greater than normal, greater than expected. And so that gives us conviction that there's still strength to the downside, or possible strength to the downside. And then kind of go from there. So not a very good setup trigger here, right? That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm so keep pushing on this. You're really good at noticing your confirmations, Jesus, but you got to get better at identifying your setups. You can't skip that step. So okay, low of day breakdown, good setup, but you need to see a stronger setup here before we can even move on to confirmation. So really important, right? We don't skip steps, otherwise we start to give away money. Sounds good, Andrew. Send me a message or feel free to book a call and we can chat about your trading here a little bit more in detail. Write it down. Make yourself a little checklist, right? Every trade I need to see XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. Right? Make yourself a little list and then just constantly reinforce those habits until you stop forgetting. There's only one real way. I don't think there's particularly any difference between making money in a bull market or bear market. In theory, what becomes more challenging in a bear market is just everything becomes more expensive, right? So what we saw, if you guys remember, during this big sell-off here, right, during that sort of 7-week period, is the VIX became extremely elevated, right? So we were dealing with the VIX that was in the 30s. And that was essentially making like Tesla 100% IV, NVIDIA 80% IV, SPY 36% IV. And so all those contracts become just slightly more expensive where volatility is priced in and a lot of the move is already priced in. So from that context, makes it just a little bit more challenging. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, I don't know if there's a... yeah, I don't know if there's anything really different as long as it's just trending, right? Right now, things are challenging because markets are stuck, right? We're not getting that clean price action. But if you get like clean price action, bear market, clean price action, bull market, no real difference. Yeah, no setup trigger though on that re-entry here, right? So if it didn't give us that breakout initially, it's hard to trust that it's going to give us that breakout the second time. So now what we'd like to see, right, is a high of day breakout, break and hold on increasing outlier volume, and then look for a pullback to enter in on. All right, guys. In general, I'm going to take off for lunch, I think. Not going to chase after anything here with this sort of thinning volume profiles going into this lunchtime period. So I should be back around that 1:30 time frame like always. And we'll see if we can find a strong setup here after lunch. Right? Volume dips after lunch. So I dip too. Or volume dips during lunch. So I dip too. So not going to force anything that isn't there. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Be back for around that 1:30 time frame like always. So looks like shit. Sorry, it looks like the bots took advantage. Oh man, these fucking chat messages. Apologies for the porn stuff, guys. It's not how I spent my break. How's it going, Chaz? So many of them. I have to do it all one by one. So annoying. Might have to put a slight ban on some of these comments where if you're not a subscriber, you might not be able to chat. That might be the only workaround here to avoid these porn bots. So that should be it for now. Subscribers only mode. Yeah, so this should we'll see. I mean, they're just so annoying, right? They're just so annoying. All right, so pretty decent sell-off here over lunch. Breaking down, making lower lows, rejecting off of highs. Typical consolidation behavior here so far. Few kind of failed breakouts, but nothing too crazy. No volume standard pretty much across the board. We need to see more volume step in absolutely before I'm interested in anything else. We'll see. I don't think there's anything right now to trade though, guys, right? Need to see that volume step back in before I do anything else. Any of you guys playing this ribbit? Like the pump and dump stock people are playing these days? Nice, congratulations. What was the setup? Yeah, this one's not gonna happen. Too many failures already. Nice, looks pretty good. Nice volume on the run up too. Yeah, Jamie. So there is a annual membership. I can set it up for you if you like. It's 1,500, or if you've already been a member, I'll give you 1,300 for 12 months. Yeah, not quite the tech days these days, huh? Pretty impressive from Exxon specifically. We'll be all right. Yeah, I mean, it's the little rotation here. It's the flavor of the month in it. But whatever, I won't complain too much. I mean, caught a nearly 30% win today, so won't ever complain about that, right? Who cares how many setups we get, or how many other things are pumping if we can get that, you know, every now and then. No complaints. Nice, that's a great little rip. Congratulations. I mean, I just don't trade them, right? So there's no temptation. Right? I have no interest in them. It doesn't suit me. I hate dealing with stocks that have the chance to halt. Hate that more than just about anything else. or stocks that can do like midday offerings or anything like that. So there's no temptation here. Like, I look at them because they're funny. It's funny to see the shit people are shilling as like the stock that's going to solve world hunger, or the stock to have if there's a food crisis. Not Ribbit, right? But so it's funny in that context. But yeah, I just don't look at them. I don't. They're just like they're just a joke. They don't have anything I put any serious stock into. I mean, it's not temptation if you click on every link, right? I think that's how it works. Then it's just a problem. I've actually even looked at the Amazon volume today. It needs to sort out how many contracts it's listing, but once it's able to do that, then it's going to be really fun to trade. The volume here is exceptional so far, even again today, and it's contracts every 25 cents. So just going to need a little bit of time again, right? Maybe still a little bit of consolidation here. I'm gonna get so sick of saying that word, but in general, I think it's gonna be very tradable for us. Yeah, generally the longer it coils, the bigger the pop. We'll see. Been what? Yeah, 8 days of this shit now. 400, definitely quite the level. So yeah, not too much going on here, right? We got decent volume on that previous bar, but not the right candle shape, right? Maybe we can consider some possible looks at some reversals here, but it's not super convincing, right? You'd would have liked to have seen this bigger than the 1230 at the very least. So expecting a fairly quiet afternoon here, guys. If it's quiet like this the next hour, I'm not going to waste my time into power hour. Kind of the way I'm feeling these days, right, in general, is probably not worth like losing a ton of sleep when things aren't moving, right? So I won't just necessarily be keeping the stream on just because markets are open. But if things continue to remain stuck inside this consolidation, right, get that win, get that nice green day, and then sort of move on, because you don't get paid for making multiple stressful decisions. Not going anywhere yet, right? That being said, still want to watch and kind of keep an eye on things, but yeah, I mean, if conditions aren't moving and setups aren't coming together, I'm not just going to stare and watch and kind of add on stress. Yeah, it's not bad. It's okay. It looks better on the 5, I would say, but maybe want a little bit more conviction here still. Done nothing that really invalidates these two sell-offs here, right? So I want a bit of information that at least invalidates some of that journey. pretty big move here so far today. So big concern, or main concern would be, does it really have more legs to continue on after a 10% move? That would be biggest concern here. I do like this, right? Not a bad little breakout over high of day, right? Oh, looks okay. Good volume profile at the very least. Pretty much on par with what you got into that sort of lunchtime sell-off. But like I said, I think my biggest concern here with this BABA is that, you're probably trying to cash this a little bit late at this point, where it's hard to not look at this and think it's a bit overextended. Clearly there's a little bit of a shelf here at that 120. So in theory, right, you still have about, $2.20 odd cents to go, give or take. But it just doesn't feel like, I don't know, it feels like you're buying too high to the top, or too close to the top to think that you can get some easy follow through. And because there's been so much relative strength to the upside here without really any high conviction bearish volume to step in, you got a little bit hard to want to try to fade this either. So probably more one to watch than one to trade. You could find a, if you're really dying on trading this setup, find something that's really correlated with it and see if you can find something that's maybe not as extended. Because then if you have a breakout, maybe you have a slightly higher likelihood of it happening there. So quite the rejection here on AMD, right? Bulls never really fully reclaimed control by the looks of it, right? Volume wise, yeah, outlier increasing even on this bar, but nothing that quite invalidated this 11:30 and 12 p.m. So decent size rejection here, but on the 5 doesn't look that great. Otherwise, not really getting those volume profiles again that we're looking for. So it might just be okay, right, with that 30%er on the SPY. That's the trade of the day. Best trade of the day. Will not complain about that one. So just gonna watch how this SPY closes. If SPY can close good volume profile, which it looks like it could, and you can give us like a full body here in either direction, maybe there's going to be a bit of a look. But besides that, I don't really see anything else setting up into power hour. So if SPY doesn't give us that look, I'm going to probably call it. If it does, I'm going to see if I can get a setup. And hopefully we can get a good kind of confirmation here in a sec. But going to wait for this next 3 minutes or so, just kind of figure out how this closes and then kind of go from there. But if it does give me the look, I can't imagine I'll stick around and trade for much longer. All right, guys, so not particularly the look I need here, right? So I'm not going to chase after this. High volume indecision is the worst decision, and that's not going to work for me. Everywhere else, right across the board, we're getting maybe increasing or slightly stronger volume without ever really creeping up towards sort of that outlier. So tough for me to look at this and think, hey, we've got a nice little trend going on. So realistically, I think that's probably going to be it for the day. Not going to chase after anything else or take a stab at anything else, right? Very happy with today's price action. Took a pretty nice little stab at some SPY 420 calls, right? Nice. In from, was it like 127 to 162, 161. So for about 26%. Will not complain about that, right? Pretty fun little trade. Just do a little recap. right? We had high volume setup bar here, right? Low vol pullback, came down, inside bar breakdown. We had some increasing volume on this bar, right? Looked to get in at the very lows here and rode this thing back up towards sort of that midline on the Bollinger Bands. Reason we were happy to go after this, even though this volume was increasing, because it wasn't quite invalidating this 945 volume. So we still felt like we had relative strength and that this was an overreaction towards the sell, looking to continue on with that morning trend. Since then, we've had a little bit of a fade off, right? Markets kind of sold over lunch, but not really anything else too exciting for us to take a stab at. So that's it for the day, guys. Hope you guys had a fantastic session. For those of you who want to become DTR members, you can get started at day trading livestream /join, daytradinglivestream.com/join. Link is going to be in the chat here in a sec. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic session. Members, same deal like always. If you have any questions outside of market hours, feel free to hit me up on Twitter, Discord, email, wherever you found me, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, guys, have yourselves a fantastic session, and I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow, bright and early, 8:45 for our pre-market prep. See you later, guys. Peace.